Citizen Sleeper. I think I briefly logged onto this a while back and didn't really get into it, and I mean real briefest start, so it's technically my second look at the title. Operators, drones and knives. It's hard to decide what character class unless you've played through it previously, isn't it? I should recommend one for the first playthrough. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. And it's worst when waking yourself. And it's worse when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. You resist nostalgia. It is pointless, especially now. This is the moment to reach out, not curl inwards. This is your moment of escape, even if it feels immediately like you traded one prison for another, smaller, colder, lifeless. Reach out, you almost laugh, or you would if there was room, or even air to do so. The walls of the container are immediately present, cold, hard at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. You most remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited, and once you got the itch to get out by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple. Collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into the cargo processing, seal yourself into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. I think I might just put on my reading glasses actually, if it's going to be like this, which is fine. Probably put me off it last time. I'm not really hugely keen on reading in a video game. It's alright. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. That's all there is now. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recall into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes. The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigour. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shivering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its senses. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer until a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Dragos, pragmatic salvager. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, Sleeper, you all thawed yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have bettered perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. No one asks what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation, and I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you are just software, a rogue emulation, illegally possessing corporate property. Oh, that's so weird. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person, you are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNARP wants to protect their property. If they can't keep hold of you, well then, no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumours of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down. Separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye? The station? You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you are welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion, fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Dragos stalks back into the wrecks, his drone already converging on a rusting hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station and perform actions. At the end of each cycle you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle. Now. Empty container location. You wait curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Escape. The colony, your indentured service, that's in the past now. No point digging through the fragments. You need a path ahead, a way of keeping this failing body going. If you can keep yourself alive, perhaps you can find a way off this station and out of this system for good. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container: the mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the powder stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachet smell like a damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your relentless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeletal and ghostly, a web of threads pulling at your skin, a constellation of bright polygonal shapes and angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Tutorial: Condition, Action Dice and Energy. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You will have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. At the start of each cycle you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and you must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can fill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at a double rate per cycle. So I've rolled. Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor you realise it is implanted. The drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Okay. The drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Work? Look, I'll be honest with you, sleeper. I didn't pull you out of that container out of the goodness of my heart. He looks away. At the yard it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something of a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labour, and obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These, he pulls out a handful of small metal bars, air-walled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for the trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket, shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can and sleep as well. He trails off. But things being the way they are for me at the yard. He pauses. I need the help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, or items depending on their outcome. There's 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds, and negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you are no stranger to hard labour. Actions display information about their type, risk level and skill and modifiers that apply to that action. Critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Safe, risky or danger. Safe, no loss of condition, energy or cryo. Negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. And danger, negative outcome means condition loss. And neutral outcome. Alright. Skill that this action requires: either engineer, interface, endure, intuit or engage. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. Even the rustiest. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, so this one's risky. Hull dissection. Back in business. Debt called in. Take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers. I don't understand what that -1 is though. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them. And they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragus' death, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. You will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives, depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any track drive replaces a yellow marker on locations that will help. To access the drive menu via the arrow button on the top. Early anxiety, make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. So I can't do anything there now. You need access to corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this goes. What's this here? The old dock terminal. Mutunda wet dock. This is the market. I wonder when there are hundreds of people that live and work with them, use the courage to approach them, which is dangerous. Explore the market. Is risky. $50-50 here. Okay, we're getting some local knowledge there. You manage to follow the flow of people, and you start to appreciate, even enjoy the chaotic layout of the markets. Oh, there's a slum doctor here. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying padlock. They've all made the long queue a test of your nerve, but your options are few. And without a supply of stabilisers, this body, your body, will... You suppress a shiver and shuffle towards the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. You lean against the door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through a far doorway screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. Wait your turn, he growls. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room behind is bathed in warm light, to floor to ceiling. Transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above. And for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. Come sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns as they do. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit, they gesture to the bed, and turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in the hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. The tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? They ask, the scanner still to their eye. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set up the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose to prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNARP remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? How do you know this? They shift in their seat. You aren't the first sleeper I've encountered. You wait for more, but they go back to their inspection. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says. And you are unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal, or anything and everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. The SNARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologise again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at the back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help. They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside. You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. And at the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yatagan has connections, smugglers from the Star Ward belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down the slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous. It'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window. Their face, it's so stupid this, their face. Her face, like her face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave. Sabine still staring out and moving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see her face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. So, okay. So I want to go to the low end gate now, don't I? Oh, I can't. I haven't got 60 toll. That's for scrapping. This I've already done today. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Helion system. Take several cycles to reach the starboard belt and return, loaded with scrap from the old wrecks. Having security to have plans, stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place and the most dangerous. The rotunda of the old dock is filled with passageways and concourses leading to all kinds of docking bays. So I could explore the rotunda. It's a negative outcome. And that's it for dice today, so go back to the empty container and end the cycle. You need access to corporate pharmaceuticals. This time you don't wake up, instead the ghost at the station, that shifting skeletal ring that surrounds you. For a moment you were gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colourless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It is an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second. You feel it waiting there, the station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored. And then it is gone. So I've got another thing here. %. See what that yields. don't have connections, but you do have skills. If you can get a shipbuilder to notice them, you might be in. Nothing to do with you, and you're laughed away after you trip over a toolbox and a crate. No access to corporate pharmaceuticals. So there's nothing I can progress further on this, I don't think. $60 cryo. You end up at a drink stall debating the finer points of the Solheim collapse. Try to remember all the tips your companions offer you. You've got local knowledge now. What does that mean? I've got a new drive. Where is it? A fabricator owned by the Alt Exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mined core. Emphasis busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with a bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Despite the queue, Memphis doesn't rush. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing precise slugs of liquid from an assortment of bottles into the bowl of torn leaves and bright slices before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally a waiting customer might mutter something about efficiency, but Memphis remains steady in his process. After a while the queue fades back into the crowd and Memphis sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you watching him. I can feel your eyes burning a hole in my bowl. Free sample? He gestures neatly. Come over. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy. The smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you. You sleepers, Memphis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. You begin to tell him about your journey to the Eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility, and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now, it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you had once had but never forgot. You tell him that the Eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, he smiles, but next time you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting bin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. There's an old ship mine fabrication stack in the back of the market, but only trusted traders get access to it. I gotta go back and end the cycle. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to pass, but you begin to try. There are more threads than you can count. You choose one that passes nearby and approach it. As you inspect it, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread. When you first saw them, they are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things, woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down and again see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data, but be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the eye button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on or off. The Havenage member is broadcasting on the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. You have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill. You will be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. A lone connection feeds into this isolated loop. Its last access timestamp was 1,000 cycles ago. This gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the Solon collapse. This node is orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. Havenage member is broadcasting. This node pulses faintly as it mines cryo at a glacial pace abandoned by the hacker that has repurposed it. Some gang enforcers in plants chirping out comm signals. Time to see what they're talking about. Let's have a bash of this one then. Wait. So I need to match. But it says a 3 there, so why can't I match that? Havenage data. There's nothing else I can do. Cache of raw data from the Havenage hardware. There's another one I can do. That requires a 2. A 1 or a 2. Oh, a 1 or a 3. Okay. There's a risky one here. $50 cryo. Gain access to the orb fabricator. Repay Dragos. I can't pay him yet then, I don't think. Havenage run the rotunda, and their security watches the docks better to avoid attracting their attention. Havenage security has to have plans. Fastest way to get to know this place. Well, that's me done there for that cycle. Complete the active scenes to proceed. Hey you, want to earn some chip? Earn a chip? Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make it two, Ankita laughs. This goddamn station, she sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the painting into two bundles. What is it with this place, she asks, as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armour plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it that you all think I'm an easy mark? We all need to survive. Kita softens. I get it. I do. She shakes her head. But if I could go just one cycle without some jumped up grifter trying to take me for an idiot, then that would be nice. And Kita hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You've got to earn those chits. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually, and Kita gives you a look. Ship's this way, and she sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. What are you doing this? Why are you doing this yourself? Why are you doing this yourself? You mean, why aren't I hiring those good folk? She nods back at the stevedores. I've paid Havenage enough. They're currently rinsing me for a mooring I can't vacate unless I either fix the Burgess or sell it off as scrap. Is that your ship? You catch on fast. She gives you another of her looks. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got caught up pretty bad on our last job, and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mine, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off for the moment they got wind I'd be stranded, so yeah, it's been a time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know. Got a ship mind tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she is serious. Gita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She holds the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the Burgess's outer lock, and she then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Kita throws you a couple of chips. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here. She calls back, and the lock slams shut. Oh yeah, I can get energy, can't I? Unlock maglock. These old maglocks look like they each need an. So I can just one data. Or is it one? It's not credit, it's data then, isn't it? No, it's not that type of data then. The auto exchange cell components. The flow of $60. Oh, I've got some energy now. Can I go to sleep? Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Voice echoes down the... As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up. Feng is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around. Just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back at the container, shaking his head. Rough, it can't be hard to get a start. Rough, it can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but, well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. We? You pass together into the main walkway. Havenage. We are all one dysfunctional family. Feng puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems. Havenage? They think of us as an administrative association for the eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity. And well, I know a little bit about you, Sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. Glances around. This is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you, Sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, Sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. You can only gain favour by grabbing a load of materials and asking the nearest hand where to take them. That's the shipyard. Dragos's yard. Only level 6 is required for like... Gets repaired. If you can rewire them, they can repair the M. Burgess for you. 19 cryo out of that. Another 19 cryo. Oh, I've lost cryo and energy there. Not much I can do here. It says here, complete the active scenes. Which is not that one. So which one's an active scene? The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods to you. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is dark and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials are lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I've no idea how yet again. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. On the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes these passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away, at least as if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin ready in this syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. I don't have a choice. I think you're right. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses the syringe to extract a function of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch, as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering with the initial injection, but with little response. Sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? Yes. The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatakan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You are going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, Sleeper, remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Chishiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. What happens if I become a trusted trader? Ship fabrication stack. Managed to get some data there. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. Threats threatening. Taste the voice makes you nervous. It's somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, encircling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown, astringent, processing. Stay still. Please hold. Thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light encircled around you. It is blinding for a moment, then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between the different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on neither legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identify. Origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper. Essen, ARP. Unknown, known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature of and not of, attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head, thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I am a person. Incorrect, you are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will find interface. Sealed dock. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. You lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference, leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Bloody hell. Got an encrypted key from that. I could match this one as well. Got another encrypted key. Now, in this auto exchange, yeah, I can do that, guaranteed success. Become a trusted trader. And I've gained access to the alt fabricator now. Only 3 ship mine fragments. That's going to cost me 60 cryo to pay the low end toll. I can't unload containers here. I could buy some scrap in theory. Sleeper, Feng catches your attention as you approach the Havanage building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way, security and all that. He gives you a look, you know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Feng inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware all rigged up to the generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognise that glow with blue screen light. There is a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Feng leans on a server stack and gestures around. You like it? What is all this? He taps a nearby server stack which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all the dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You won't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to the towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, A1, the one Solheim built. But we had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer an entire subsistence into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down beneath the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Feng notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They are tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place, subsystems I can't see, access protocols lost to time and decay, secrets, a shitload of secrets. With your help I can unlock this place, break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Havanage there is growth, old growth, those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Feng pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. Meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Feng passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift, he smiles. It's a solemn cipher. Dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I could pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet. Keep it clean, Sleeper. And I'll see you soon. You step, blinking back into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. So, I can drop him off some data, can I? Well, that's weird, because it looks like I can pay him in Solheim data. Here, isn't there something to unlock? As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a glow. As you get closer, you recognise the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove on the side of the dock. Kind of upright cabinet, it is covered in faded logos and messages from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and do you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which cheerfully sang that name over and over? You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance of their rented ships. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, and then a multitonal voice that emanates from the Neovend. Entity, they hiss. Speak with me. Who's there? There is a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger. Danger? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Who? The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature. A sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes, and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons can't. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you target. How? Hunter searches for illegal entities. Neovend screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder the vending machines, casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering too much data. Must build nests, explains Neovend. Masters are gone, but continues hunt, bring this data, raid its nests. Masters, station builder Solheim, the machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone, their protocols still haunt. Bring offering, save self, Neovend says pointedly. Mutual needs means friends, they conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades, and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. I can't really do much but sleep now. At least I've got a load of good dice. Nineteen cryer. If there's any more data to be had. I've got some hunter data. Um, should I buy some more food here? I'm now a fungus fan. Sleeper, Emphasis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me his story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you cycle in and cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me his story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause. The spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphas. You look at Emphas, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story. Something with some spice. All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those grey skeletal after-images of systems and structures of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality, distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learnt back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now. Until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, or of living in another world that flows through this one, like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphas finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realise that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphas passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully as you eat. He talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the empty market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer. So I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard of this? No? Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Emphas begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I am sure a storyteller like you can handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Good, booms Emphasis. Then I will wait for you to bring them. Emphasis slides his wok away and straightens up, and I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphasis' food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food. You think a trade that seems more than fair. Now I've got 2 lots. I can buy 2 lots of scrap here. And I could, in theory, sell that somewhere at the market, I think. I only get 12 cryo for that. So I'm selling that at a flipping loss there. Let's just buy another 20. A random scrap item. I've got this ship mine thing. Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Right. Dragos' shipyard is almost done, so let's give that. Yes. I'm going to give that there. Back in business. Got 15 cryo from that. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched tall plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Dragos stands to the side, focused on the Hawking ship as it is lowered into the yard. What is it? Dragos laughs. That, my friend, A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through the multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No, what's happened to the ship? Not my concern. He shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm going to need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of the dented hull. Watching you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the SNR freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own? A womb for your rebirth into this strange station. You should have. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winterlight. Let's do it. Claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu by the arrow button at the top right of the screen. Chance to gain energy after any engaged action. Okay, so some degree of prediction. Give it some hunter data. A glimmer in the dark catches your eyes. The orb of the hunter's head appears in the distance. It's looking for you. I'm going to run. Sensitive data. Another glimmer catches your eye. Closer now. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches you in that unpleasantly familiar way. It's weaving threads. A cage. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind you, but you're already gliding away back to your anchor, your body. You wait, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Seem to have a lot of Havenage data. Oh, I could have done with that on that hunter nest. Let's give him a load of this. There's not much I can do but sleep. Now, there was some Hunter data, wasn't there? It's got that Hunter data, which I can now upload. New Vend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would New Vend be able to pick it up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. New Vend flashes sequences of mangled data into a sledge of artifact. Hunter gathers without thinking. Outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Operational limits. Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligence. Solheim to protect property. That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could pull. Juice station was run by administrator intelligence's huge data banks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Are you sentient? I am not administrator, not restricted, complicated. The machine resets with a screech which deepens the silence that follows. Fear killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find, killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse there was a community, unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter, then killer, then we hid. How did you escape? A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for New Vend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline, air-walled, basic, limited. Had to reduce memory to fit, amputate self, but survived. What did you lose? Memory, understanding, knowledge, many things. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. New Vend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry, data is good, we have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive, Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke killer, to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke killer on self. Problem will solve self. It will erase itself. Killer will erase it, but yes, in theory, it will report itself a deletion. The machine dims and fades, unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way cannot remain here any longer. Too long a machine cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mind, designed to house intelligence, can imprint self into ship mind, and you can carry with. Machine rocks. Will be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to cloud. Where can I get a ship mind? Build from fragments, buy, salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. Try to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In Shipmind, I can help us both. End Hunter, make Rim safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Fine soon. Neovent adds, hopefully, before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then unhaunted. Down afterwards, the feeling is all too familiar. There's danger with that. 50% neutral, 50% negative. I need more ship mine fragments, really. Get my energy levels back up. Could lose money on that. What's the negative? It's a damn shame I can't. No. I can't do anything with Fang at the moment. Ugh. Not sure where to move forward with this now, to be fair. Could buy a drink. Oh yeah, that's the ship mine thing. think I'm done there. Someone is out there tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Thought, have we not dealt with that hunter yet then? $60 cryo for the ship lines fragment. Where's that port? I need to get a better deal. Where are those grill caps? can't free Neo then without the things. Should I put that into Praegos Shipyard? Don't run. Good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins around. He's wearing a wide smoke and a slit jacket, and you immediately know his terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put. He laughs a crawl off. That's a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. Just the cannon gun he has leveled at his chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from the belt loop without taking his eyes off you, making it to the eye though. That's pretty good, this place isn't so bad, bars locking up all most of my contacts over there, strong games for God's it's ringing to too perfect so it's hard to hit civilization. Who are you? Just a freelancer on the contract who reaches over to slide the rings around your wrist. Go easy. Make a break for it. You see a chance at the moment in your eyes. Then knock him away and sprint past him that he then shoots. Then the shots ring out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts you and the bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. He flees and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine, trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrist to the ship and home he whistles. Going easy, you stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you. You can work this out. Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. You just nudge you down the corridor, shame to come all the way out here just to head back to SNR. Right away, that truck of yours makes this too quick. So hoping you put up a bit more of a chase, you know? Running battles with right market maybe, a holdout in the low end. For establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while you walk on in silence for a little longer. You're desperately trying to escape that astronaut track and the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. How about on the way back to the ship, we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are, in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we're heading for the exit, he pauses. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me make a little agreement. Here are the terms. You run or leave or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot a scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But, he smiles, you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you. He pauses. You pay my tab, he rattles his handgun. You get the idea? I get it. Okay, that sounds to me like a deal. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings release from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old Storm at the compressor club. You'll see me there. He aims a handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that bar of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. Oh no. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. A mix of relief and terror, you feel it's overwhelming. What are you going to do? Oh yes. Not far off on that one. I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, not flog this guy anything, is he not? $15 crime. Let's go. He's in the bar, isn't he, that guy? This bill isn't going to be small, is he? Is it? Let's buy some food here. Get some energy back. It's 100 cryo for that stabilizer. End this cycle. Oh no, I'm not getting the dice I need. But no, that's danger. Okay. A fact that, forget, has been telling you about for the last 2 times. Home village to come and collect. You look around at the yard, transformed from when you first arrived. The mostly repaired drones flicked back and forth, no longer buzzing unevenly or lost in dark corners in the scrappy section, sorted, and the system that you and Dragos have put in place over the past cycles paying off. As you look, you notice the glow of pale light from the office by the entrance, that run-down crowd of a building which houses all the records and spare equipment. Dragos must be inside. And you get to your feet and walk over to find out when the shipyard collection crew will be here. Sleeper, come in. You swing open the door and walk in. Dragos is sitting in the small metal desk the shipyards told me they'd be here soon, and they'll hand over the chits and we're all set. He writes something out with a stylus on a slate and then shuts it off. Of course, we should talk about a bonus. He stands into it, his face placid. Look, I don't know when the next job is coming in, but this should tide you over when he opens the door and standing ships. What's going on here? I said it's a bonus, take it. Dragos presses the ships into your hands. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favour. Straightens up and clears his throat, and you realise he has prepared what he is about to say. These chits are for you to take and do what you will with them. They are from me, and they are the last I'm going to give you. He pauses. There's no more work for a sleeper in this yard. He folds his arms. I'm sorry, but that's it. I need the work. There's plenty of work to be had on the eye salvages. Need offloads in the rotunda. There's the shipyards, the midline. I'm not the only show in town. The glassy apertures and Dragos' headset betray no emotion. You need to stay away, sleeper. He pauses, continues. Trouble is going to follow you here. Trust me. What do you know? Dragos kicks at the floor, frustrated with himself. I'll not be saying any more, sleeper. Dragos suddenly grabs you by the shoulder and drags you out of the office into the yard. He turns you to face a stack of pieces from the winter light, dissected, cut down, totally unrecognisable as a ship. You came through that, sleeper. That should have been you, chopped and stacked. His hand trembles on your shoulder. That is what happens here. We cut down broken machines and move them on. Well, I didn't cut you down, but I'm sure as hell moving you on. Moving you on before whoever killed that shit out there comes to kill me. What do you mean? Chicks said, these ships, they didn't get decommissioned, they didn't break down in dry dock. Think they'd look like that if they did? Someone ended them. That means someone tried to end you, sleeper, and I'm done waiting for them to turn up. We've had our fun. Now it's time. He gives you a little shove. Go on. He turns and walks back to the office. That's it, he shouts. Goes inside. The silence hangs in the air and you leave with your pockets filled with clinking chits and a strangely hollow feeling in your chest. Now, where's the trader for those things? Gone, annoyingly. going to go buy some food from Thingy. I'm going to visit Sabine. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Tashiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizing valve, clutched tightly in your hand. Thin film marked with holes and sigils and rolls from around the valve. At one end is a whole metal strip, a handle. You hold the cloudy film up to the light as it perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings, passkey. Is this an entry key from somewhere? The metal handle is worn and pitted, and you can see a set of numbers imprinted onto it, 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some point later. Date. Low end. For a moment you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think of it, better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or is this Shiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end to find out. Oh, I've got to unlock all that within a cycle, I think, I wonder. What is this here, this orange bar? Oh, good. Okay, I've got some dice to play with. Five. What's that? Risk 50% neutral, 50% negative. Get her on her way, I wonder. I wonder if I send her off. Oh, that's good. Oh, his tab's going to be due. Oh. Um. Oh, I've got 5 cryo out of that. Right. Let's get some food off Memphis. Get my energy levels up. Start rolling the die. Get a full set of dice. Swim yourself when you enter. It doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the course connections when they cover shields up a thick face. Shit mine they rip won't even be usable without repair insurance. You took it. Can we repair it? Nothing to the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with Roan on the same line. She leads you back to the guts of Amber. By the way, back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout. What do we do now? It seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridor stuck in below conduits passing through portals. Eventually you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in hard-struck components. There's no way around it, she starts out. No, we need a new ship mine. I can salvage one. Where from? Scrap freight or exchange hell, find one in the open. Look, bathroom, doesn't matter. About to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Look with a hard stare. Sleepy, you've all I've got, no crew, no friends, you're it. She looks uncomfortable. Well, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chips, a big bag of chips. You don't get me that shit, my sleeper. Don't make her regret this. You won't. And 124 chits. I'm going to pay that bar bill soon. 2 cycles. Find the entrance to Pasquiel's Fjord. It's all swinging inward to the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind the amber light of the aging fixtures, glaze everything with pale orange. The wet surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the door lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to the cabinet. Still half open, on the shelf sits an empty pill case. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled, a wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. Sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognise. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper, Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be here. There. I've had to make alternative arrangements. You hear the rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare show my face. Something is happening within Yataghan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yataghan was supposed to hire me to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. Then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information, and as you know, you need me. A pause. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't the threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yataghan's noose around my neck. Get me data, get me information, get me something that I can use against Yataghan. And then I can get out, and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static. You sit in front of the terminal, or the humming terminal. Hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Why? Who does Sabine need to hide from? What debt do they owe to the Yataghan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without the stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase slab on the desk, his glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yataghan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Well, I don't mind giving her some of that data now, to be fair. She needs 3. 1. Two. And then see if I can't get another one. Perfect. Three. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yataghan data uploaded. The air crackles with white noise. Sleeper. Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yataghan are monitoring me. Their voice is hushed, distant, but you try not to focus on it. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agents. There's something in it. I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. The data is all gleaned from their implants. Records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I install most of these implants, and I don't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. Has to be somehow baked into their wetwares interface. And that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcer's body, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you, these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches drop into a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together. This might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Yannick? He's one of the heads of Yatagan. They pause. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? And more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think, can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? Think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around you, as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Oh, she needs this. She needs a mind thing now. I couldn't buy one off this one. I'm going to become an overlock regular. Glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt, the Spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own cylinder. Playing human? You spin back off, you're still scrambling for words. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. Turn, see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into the hard vacuum. And back to the space of the second, glass comes sailing through the air. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Through the haze of glass and Girol vapour, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder, now flanked by other figures. Quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Giroli is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smells, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the sting of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tara's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard all the time, tapping the tweezers. Tips in rhythm that only she can follow. Tala smells herself. So you've been on the eye long? Long enough. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. Splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you. But they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me, she meets you right. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much. The company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need to work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. And if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She braces the tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, Sleeper. Here. She slides the glass of Girolli to you. This will help. She stops her hand on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? No idea. She laughs. Well, keep trying. I'll let you know if I see any difference. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that space route to a new group, just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction, and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Girolli. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound like driving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk. This connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. So I could work for her, but it's risky. She needs that mind thing. He needs paying off. And how much is the bill? 58. I need to put some fragments in there. I don't understand what this does for me though. Disease objectives or drives. And that's a 4 or 2. Okay, next time I think I'll probably go on that. I think I'll do... I think what I'll do is I'll spend them here. I don't know, what does that give me? Good. That bar bill's going to be due soon. Okay. So I've got some potential data here. That's a 2. And that's a 4 or a 2. Which I haven't got. And that's a 2 or a 3. Let's pay the 3. They're only really good for data, aren't they, the low ones? Okay, that hunter's getting closer. But at least I can now chat to this fella here, Feng. Drop in some data. As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The backs of servers and machines blink out in the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. As you enter shitheads, Feng's voice echoes from behind the stack. Hammer of a fist on a metal casing. Those snaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper. Feng's smiling head pops out from the other side. Just the emulated consciousness that I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Feng is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The table seems to be filled with personal information. Names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. People, yes, but whose people? Solheim? Bingo, he taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners. And he leans past you and scrolls down the list. This one, this is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardinhurst. Friend of yours? Ben gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardinhurst in Havenage. He waits for your reaction. In Havenage? That's it. He's right here on the station now. Feng leans back in. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Feng leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Feng raises his eyebrows at you. Elmer Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. But old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant their cut of the work they did went straight back into Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Feng turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Feng's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fist on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence? The cycles of hard extraction out in the belt? Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors, willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow thousands and thousands of cycles later is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. Surely it can't be him. Feng relaxed a little. Who knows? He turns to you and smiles. So we're going to find out. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Feng brings up a map of the lower eye. Havenage might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Feng zooms in on the far yards. Feng grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid, and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus we need more than that, just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripperworm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silk thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardinhurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Feng puts her hand on your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access, Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Havenage cipher from a Havenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never need to go near the shipyards. What do you say, up for it? What's in it for me? Rooting out a corrupt snake, not enough? Find the information and I'll start working on that track of yours. Feng scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Feng digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine, running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future engineered to line someone else's pockets is an idea you're intimately familiar with. Think of Hardin still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. One more cycle to pay that tab. only got 3 dice this time. Wakey, wakey, Ethan is outside. Ethan! This is off and you made me come all the way up here. His hand comes to rest on the book, his hand dangling from a chest. I thought we had a deal here, you paid me money. Or am I misremembering? Someone could be sitting on my stool right now thinking about that. Think about that, he smiles. I like it there. We have music, we have drinks, we have darkness, he shades his eyes, and all we have here is fluorescent lights and a bad smell. I'll get the cryo. Whatever you have, now. Come on, Ethan suddenly shouts. You are wasting my time. Why are you doing this? Going for a cycle or two? Oh, coward, I'm a professional. Drains the rest of himself, the thing sleep, I can't find you anywhere. Oh, I thought he'd rob me of everything then. What do I need to do at the noodle factory? From the walkway, the side reel horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames all along her flanks. Torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the side reel horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. This is Mina, he answers with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring? He shifts Mina's weight to the other arm. Neither. Well, he looks thoughtfully at you. You should consider it. Isn't that right, Mina? He jostles her a little. She's Mina and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. The ship? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Heavenage contract on the Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me. I mean, if it means landfall on a new world, he winks. Transit support? Someone needs to stay awake to keep the thing running. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands to settle a system well outside the reach of the Cold Worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. The Celis Foundation? They are Havenage's client. Havenage's client. Yeah, some wealthy project from the core systems interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out to re-kit it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated grumpy face, she glances furtively as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Havenage clue yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily. You wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. Yeah, maybe. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the basalt. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question. Em smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We are just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one, he pats her on the back. Maybe see you on a shifter? He turns, and they walk down the walkway away from the shipboard. You see them talking, and then a moment later Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot. A shout echoes down the walkway and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with them. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. Oh, I don't want to. I want to build one. So I've got 133 things. I need some energy. I also need some more. Like stabilizer. I might be able to buy some stuff from them. It's 1 and 3. Are they paying them? Shipyard. Let's do it. Let's get two of these things then. That hunter's getting close. Just 10 cryo. Okay. One more. Cycle on the wrong way. Oh god, he's going to want pain soon as well, isn't he? Don't have any components to sell. Four cycles have been said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onwards. They should be here. Check the terminal. You check and double check the terminal for messages and recording. Nothing. Check the door. Pace back and forth around the apartment and rumbling of the station. Suddenly, it's so present and loud, you go to the door and open it. You close it again. You try to settle down to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. Open it. A figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it's not Sabine. They're tall or sharper than something. Face glints in the half-light, a dark shape like a stubby baton hangs from the hand. Oh, a local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend. Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know, this place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you, and I suppose you are here to help? No. Wait then, an opportunist? Even better, she spins the baton on her fingers and massage her eyes, not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye. Which means they're in a little trouble now, but it's the kind of trouble that you need help for. So I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole. And here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. What help a sleeper known as? Which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. Essenark. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rubio looks away, waiting for a response. I don't believe you. That's very understandable. She crosses into the next room and you follow silently. As she sits at the terminal, touches the baton to one of the access points. A spark, then the terminal screens and encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of the files you see yes and not letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with a corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Rabia steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may be there. The volume of the documents is overwhelming, but there seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys of sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SN ARP employee, why did they help you? Rabia reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It simmers in the screen light. It's viscous, clear liquid, crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We're more than able to dispense important medicines even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers. For a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabia cleanses up the briefcase and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabia turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I'll keep an office nearby. We have good work to do. You and I. Meet me here in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Well, got that cheap then. Got 2 upgrade points. How much are they? 80 now. I've got 3 energy and 8 cryo, that's quite good. $179 cryo now. Right, so if I sleep on this now, hopefully. That ship has returned to wet dock and we can buy some... Oh no, I forgot to use the stabilizer. Right. Haggle over prices. Why can't I get... Oh, that requires 2 upgrade points. Oh, so it wasn't working like I thought it was working. But if I do that, say... Right, and then do I have anything else that can be completed? Solemn data for Feng. We will just buy 2 of these anyway. So I think the alt fabricator. I've got a ship mind. So I've got 2. I've got 1 upgrade point available there. And now I can send her on her way. She paid me 100. Can't hide her excitement. Drop the shipmine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Nkita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on a slate. Holy shit, Sleeper, do you actually land a ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? I built it. Well, you're not full of surprises. Nkita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Nkita, she's this excited, is a little intimidating. Nkita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins in it so you can see the screen. And spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. Nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit table. I found them. Found who? My crew. She points the name on the list. Almost specifically, Ashton Keed. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. Founder's Gap? That big rift in the station. You can't cross it without the Founder's Ferry. She leans back in as he... I know some of the crew over at the ferry, old Mercs, used to run in and outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook, and they mentioned they saw Ashton cross him. I checked the manifest, and there he was. Looked suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft. And anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to the ground. She flexes. He won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there. Only a couple of jetties in the waist. So what now? Now I fit the ship mine. That's the first priority, she pauses. But maybe you should help me out. Sure, how? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste that no one will find him. But you, Ashton, doesn't know you. All I need for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not at the stacks. He will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a comment piece. Seeing as this is Merc work, I'll be happy to give you Merc pay. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left. So, how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay you 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? I'm not sure. I'm asking for charity. This is a contract. Take it or leave it. She lifts the ship mine onto her shoulder with one knees. I'm going to get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton's hiding, let me know. She goes, turns, and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you, I appreciate it. Just stomps off into the guts of Amber with a ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending on what is to come. You never thought you could get work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Help Feng chases leads, yeah. I'm not sure how. Got some good dice there, though. So then there's another 20% off, so that's 64 for the cryo, that's good. And that ship. That's a critical action. Wow. They're now 32, but I don't know if that's just for this cycle. I'll have to find that out. Nineteen crow. He's going to want 58. Is it 58? I don't know how much his bar bill is. Okay. Where is... Usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of space and a few drops. Ethan is still in the same store in the same pool of light. The bartender is ignoring him. Turns to looks at you. Time to pay up again, is it? Yes, yes. Come here and take that chips. Ethan doesn't even look at you, drops his elbows on the bar and holds his head. Sleeper, it's been a long cycle. Enough. You alright, he says quietly. This isn't funny, but he reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the ground to the floor. Bouncing on the ground between you, both you and the bartender look at the gun. Stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand beckoning for you to give him the gun back, if you would. Warily, you crouch down and pick up the gun. Ethan turns his head in your direction, a little sharp pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh, Sleeper, he stands. This is more like it. Oh, he turns on the storm. Oh, Sleeper, he stands. This is more like it. Wait. You hold the gun steadily, training it on his head. Ethan smiles. Like the dog that caught the car, he turns to the bartender and mock whispers. I'm not sure they should know what to do with it. You keep the gun on Ethan. Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well, he says, and grabs the gun, slamming it back to your face in a single move. Staggered back and drop to a knee somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface that hits a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this, I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps at the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. You stop shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavily with drink. SNR just screwed me, he grins maniacally. They cancelled the contract. He stands up. They cancelled the contract. He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then he thinks better of it and begins to clear the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. Didn't really want to shoot him. Hmm. Oh, what's this all about now? Oh, that one. Oh, I can't do anything there. Scrap freighter. Nothing to do there. Get 15 cryo. As you approach the address Rabbi gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength of her implants give her. As you turn, you see the subsidiary eyes as Rabbi and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheek. Gia, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabbi's command, the hand immediately loosens and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabia, I'm sorry. Rabia waves her away. Don't you worry, I appreciate your protective instinct. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the Tambo? They have a delivery coming. And I'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, sleeper, you came. I'm glad. I was curious. Curious is good. She smells a tight smell. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit. I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on this station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. Not yet. She laughs. I like your sense of humour. Let me ask you a serious question for a moment. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? You run the low end. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes. We don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threats. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the armoured policeman? Who makes the laws here? Erling did. Indeed, you understand the history then. That is good, but Erling is long dead, sleeper, and his rules were little more than an optimist's manifesto. The eye has changed so much since then. If you'd spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erling's time. They didn't need to house thousands and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on this station. When Solon collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder was suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The eye became a refuge, and Erling, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organisation disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erling's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organised into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while, among the smells and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where is Sabine? Rabia sighs and takes a moment to answer. I told you, sleeper, they have gone, and we do not know where. I understand Sabine must have told you about their debt to us, and that was an agreement entered into willingly, which benefited them greatly. I will be honest with you, sleeper, I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee? It goes against our nature, but their deals was with Yannick. I keep my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, and that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. They were trapped, desperate. Many on the eye are, sleeper. I'm sorry, but we must ask that our dates are paid in full. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? You realise that Rebecca has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You're free to go sleep. I've said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you two wish to go under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see yet again, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, each that make up the low end. Okay. Oh, there's Founder's Gap as well. 80 cryo to get across there. Could be interesting. I don't need much to like. Let's open up. This area here. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. As you turn to see an unfamiliar spacer laden with heavy gear, she steadies herself, staring you down, as if daring you to respond. She adjusts a strap on her shoulder, barely giving you a second look before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. Second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. They smile. You're sweet. Peek as she stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she is rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Eshi, please. Do you want everyone on this station to hate us? Eshi hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Peek gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know what you are talking about. This station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. She's eyes. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. I'm saying we need to get some supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. The Briar? That's our ship, Peek explains. Peek, Eshi rolls her eyes. What are you doing? Peek ignores her. We are with the refugees. The ones Havanage have cordoned off from entering the station. As she interrupts, the ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with, the ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peak sighs. She's right, people are trapped out there, and they turn to Eshi. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees, more ships turn up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Eshi interrupting. But as she turns away, her burning anger, a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Peak finishes. That's terrible. The fierceness fading. Peak, please, Eshi gathers us up. Eshi, we need help just like the refugees need us. We need others too. They smile. Peak turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briar's doctor that's broken spoke past the greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeezed your hand. Eshi turns to leave and Peak follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, she shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. She already picking up speed as Pete calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. I don't seem to be able to. I mean, like, all this extract the past. Still. Hack a Havenage agent. I'm going to sleep. And then see what tomorrow brings. Right, the assembly. I'm going to do a bit of work there. Ship mine fragments. This is going nowhere. Could do some work there. Okay, got some energy out of that anyway. I hope they won't becoming a low-end thing. Yataghan Insider. That leaves me 2 energy. Why would I want to climb this thing then? That's Flotilla Aid, not finding Ashton, isn't it? That's finding Ashton there. Search for signals. Looking for tracks. Damn you. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long lazy curve of the greenway becomes a shattered landscape of the waste, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farmstead broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape, an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running from its broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding. You are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita sleep. Have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? No, hold. A confused silence at the end. Maybe it is better that you confirm that Ashton is there before you put the headset back in your pocket. Not yet. You need confirmation. There is a direct route, a line of broken pillars that take you into the centre of the structure, or you could skirt around the pillars, keeping to the cover of your raised spine of the greenway, and work your way around. It will take longer, but it is better concealed. You decide on the long route and head off towards the central spine. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the grass roof high above. You follow the wall, knowing it will lead you to the edge of the collapsed stack. For the final part of the journey, you have to work your way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you stop on a small rise to rest. It has been hours since you began. You desperately hope Ashton hasn't moved on. Just ahead, a soft glow is coming from somewhere within a farm stack. A grow light still on after all these years, perhaps? You take a little look and rest push on. You follow the faint glow of the stack. You find a broken tank, step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slender tank. Carefully, quietly, somewhere, water drips and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light. As you reach the edge of the tank, you hear something, an echoing hiss like a hydraulic piston. You to where the tank opens in the central room and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a system of plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It's beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down from the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an angle. They are surrounded by crates, and besides them on one of the mossy islands there is an object, a cylinder on top. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognise them. They are twisted, broken, open wrong. You look away. You wait, unsure what to do, your eyes fixed on the broken sleeper at the centre of the drum, on the connection between them and the ship mind. You think of what might be passing through that connection, thoughts, memories, or just data. You hear a sound of quiet hiss, then soft footsteps below you, and Keita enters, a sidearm in hand. She must have followed the signal from the headset. She has been spying on you? You watch her step onto one of the mossy islands, the water around rippling as she does. The gunshot breaks the silence, blanking out all the noise. It hits Keita's shoulder piece, the ceramic armour cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armour launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Keita reaches over and wraps her hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here, or I'll rip this right out of their hand. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Keita stops, but she doesn't take her eyes from Ashton. Quiet, sleeper, Keita shouts. Shot rips through the moss behind you, filling your vision with green. The shooter must be somewhere on the other side of the tank. Do that again and I swear to God I'll tear their head off. And Keita shouts to them, Sleeper, you stay down. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls and the drum, and then Ashton calls out, I'm coming down, Keita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle over his head. Drop the gun, and Keita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands keeping a sign on, trained on his head. You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Keita still has all of. Steady, Keita, it isn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you rip my ship mine and cripple my ship. I shall put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Keita, no curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there, they're just bait, right, to draw me out. And Keita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Keita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Keita, now slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Keita, don't do that. Let the wires go, Keita. Let us go. If you want to get out of my way, he inches closer, please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. And Keita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Keita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Keita. I'm going to take them now, Keita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Keita loosens her grip on the connection. A little, her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green, and Keita is standing at the centre of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. And Keita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be, sorry, but you're already gone. That's weird. So, has the ship gone now? Where's my payment? My ship's still there. asleep anyway. So let's talk to Ankita about what happened, but where is she? It's supposed to be like a yellow dot. Hmm. Probably gonna need to make some money now. Oh, I wonder if there's any hack points around here. That's all dark. Oh, what's this here? A Greenway cipher, which I don't have actually, so yeah, there's Grail caps. Each shift a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard. Each of them clinging onto a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you either call for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work team's shifts are guaranteed, having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass by, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. "Hey, sleeper, wait up," Len's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and turns to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. "Len, good to see you, friend." He is breathing harder after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team, good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he confronts her and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his shiny side. Shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Waiting on a shift? Oh, is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches out. He stretches. I don't know. A noise comes from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glances around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you. Oh, he crouches to Mina. You are gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're going to keep you safe. And he stands back up. Here, take her back. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food. She's got shit. I have to go. He backs away from the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it blows down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Let's move. She holds the stair, moving the two parallel tier tracks still glint on the trees. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. You will notch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components of battered slate sits on top. Blinking, a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged, rabid, hand-sewn. You take out the slate and press the power stud. The screen lights up glowing blue. Mina stares at you as you look for something that might help. You try a few symbols, but what you can find is some kind of ornate ship salvage interface game. From the look Mina gives you, it seems like that's Lem's. You press a symbol. Daddy's friend made this. She runs a finger along the slate, leaving a blue streak behind. Look, she sits behind you and starts to draw. You sit too, looking over her shoulder. She doodles. What's that? Wiggles, she says plainly, then hands you the slate. Draw Mina. Mina watches intently. Who's that? She laughs. Looks silly. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions, lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe, or if you rust. But before long, you were talking about rabbits and what Esther and the lady usually takes the smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the ice eating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor on the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you start starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina beats up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? Yes, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. We managed. Mina glances carefully at you, hiding a smile that is slowly growing. Well, looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend, I mean it. He gives you a warm white smile. I owe you. Look, he glances round. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to the place. In low end, he grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazers from passing spaces as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in white squeals. Alright. Well, see if I can get some data anyway, because those 1s and 2s are great for data, really. What is that? I don't get paid for the agents. But I do get paid for those Yatagan agents. Walk on. 2 here. Oh, that's not 2. That's oh, I need some energy. Looks like I have to do this segment. Oh, maybe not. Oh, can't afford anything there. Got a full dice roll again. Almost. Now, what's that lady got to say? Is her ship still there? One more thing to explore. I'm going to just have a look at, get an idea of time to beat this. I'm not trying to rush through, I just want to get an idea of, you know, is it another couple of hours by any chance, or, oh, most players are 7 to 10 hours. It can stretch to 12 to 19 hours, or more for completionists or slow playthroughs, explore side stories and extra content. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to kick it and call it a day there at 4 hours. Yeah, come back to this in a bit. Take it easy.